Hello farmers and welcome back to Kinlaig and Farming Simulator 25. Hopefully everyone's having a good Sunday so far. Hello Aaron, Norman, and Glenn. Long time no see, Glenn. Hope you've been well. And hopefully, like I said, everyone's having a nice weekend. At the end of yesterday's stream, we started doing some of the onion harvesting, and I've been on here for about the last hour trying to get most of the harvest done because I knew it was going to take a while. So yeah, I've done an hour of harvesting so far before the stream today, and we got a little bit more to go. I do got the time scale down to 0.5 because as you might be able to see in the upper right hand corner, we got a tornado that's in the forecast, and I'm not sure if onions in the field would be the same as like bales in a field. If the tornado were to come through here, it might take away all my onions, and we don't want to do that, especially after last season where I lost half of my onions because they withered. Yeah, don't go to next month when your onions are ready for harvest, even though you can harvest them next month, because mine withered anyways. So, let's hop into the JCB. I want to get the rest of this harvesting done. Like I said, I've been at it for the last hour doing these onions, and I'm ready to finish them up. But for you, it's just starting today. So my goal for today is really what I want to do. Hopefully we can do. We're far off, but we're not that far off from being able to buy lot number 60 for $450,000. So I can start just rebuilding the windmill. I'm hoping after I get done building the windmill that I can sell that lot on it. I'm not sure if I'll be able to because the windmill technically will be ours, I think. And you can't sell property with a production on it. I don't think you can do that. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to sell the property back or not. I really have no use for it. It's not good for farmland or anything. So I'll have to see how that goes. Been busy farming in real life? Yeah, it is that time of year. The fall is a real busy time for you farmers. I mean, springtime. I mean, you don't really have that much slow time nowadays, do you? But hope your farming in real life has gone well for you and haven't had any problems with machineries, breakdowns, and you're having good harvest. Hey, hello John, welcome. I was not expecting you to be on this early, but as I can see what you said, your visitors now have gone. Well, I hope you had a good time this weekend with your visitors. And I'm glad you are here. For more farming fun on Kinlaig. So, if you didn't see yesterday's stream or have not been here for a little bit, at least yesterday in the sawmill, we now have activated prefab walls and planks because we should have enough wood to keep up with everything. So, activated those, so we should get more profit from that. Also, I need to bring down today, well, not necessarily today, but I'm loading up the canola oil, and I want to get the canola oil down to the fish food production, and also the canola oil over to the vegetable production, because that's where these onions are going, to the vegetable production, to make some fried onions. And so I got to make sure we got enough canola oil for that and enough canola oil for the fish food production. I think I got more than enough for both, so I think we're good on that front. You got some snow in West Virginia? Yeah, I was a little surprised. Yesterday the weather where I was pretty darn good. We were like in the mid-50s, the sun was out. And then I woke up this morning to snow on the ground, so yeah. It's that time of year. Three neighbors had combine fires this fall, but we have only one minor breakdown, luckily. Yeah, that's one thing we don't have to deal with in Farm Sim 25 or any Farm Sim game is those type of breakdowns of fires or whatnot. I will be glad when this onion harvesting is done. Like I said, I've been on here for the last hour before the stream trying to get most of this field done. I think we did about 20 minutes of onion harvesting yesterday. And like I said, been at it for an hour. I'm going to be doing about 10, 15 minutes of it today. That's just the harvesting part. We still got to go around and pick them up, but that's a little bit quicker to do. Then I got to get myself adjusted to, was there anything else I was doing in August? I do see I got a contract. I think that is a weed spraying contract with our herbicide sprayer, so that shouldn't take too long. I think it's just around the corner I got to go to do that. Looks like I got maybe 5 more passes at most, and onions will be harvested. The yield looks like it's pretty good, although it's hard to judge because I don't know how the yield is working, because last year, as I said, half of our field of onions withered. So again, I'm not sure if that's a bug or that's the way it's intended, because it did say onions are harvestable in September, but we went to September and the rest of my onions withered. So I'm not too sure if that's intended or that was a bug or what. But you can see the yield in this field is actually pretty good. And hopefully this year we have more than 120,000 liters of onions. That'd be great. Looks like I'm kind of making some decent rows of onions, so doesn't look too messy out there. So we'll start picking up our onions here in a second. I'm not going to pick them all up at once. We'll go do something else just to swap jobs around a bit. Also today, I do hope that our oak trees that we have planted down by the sawmill, hopefully those will reach the final growth stage. They got one more to go. We tested it yesterday just to see how many liters of wood I would get at the current stage that they're at. And we got just like a little over 5,000 liters. But from a full oak tree, we should get 20. So definitely worth waiting another growth stage to make sure I maximize what I got for those trees. Also today we'll see how far we get along with the castle. I think we're at stage like 42 or 43 out of 65. Currently they are working on the last building, at least I'm aware of it's the last building. And I do believe we got enough material up there to get the rest of the castle done, except for maybe, just maybe, I might have to bring up a pallet of cement bags, which I'll have to buy, because I do not have the cement production going on this map. Hello, Smoking Joe. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday so far. You decided to play Farm Sim again, but I haven't played anyway. Can't decide which map to play on between Kinlaig, Saxonham, Arkansas. Well, the thing is, you got a lot of choices. It looks like. I mean, a lot of people have raved about Alma, Missouri. I am enjoying Kinlaig. So all those maps that you mentioned, I've only played on Kinlaig. I do like the way Kinlaig is laid out. Alright, onions have been harvested. Let's go ahead and put the harvester part away. And we'll go pick up the, well, the quick picker-upper, I guess is what I'm going to call it. Have a lot of choices, but not a lot of time. Yeah, that can be rough. Yeah, maybe a 4 times map. If you don't have a lot of time, maybe a 4 times map is not maybe the best choice, because a 4 times map, that means the fields are going to be big. So, you know, I guess when you do get a chance to play, you're not going to be able to get a whole lot of work done. Because, you know, it could take you a long time just to plant one field or harvest one field. I play games for a living, and sometimes I say I don't have a whole lot of time. It's a good amount of games out there, and I just don't have time to play them all. It's tough, I know. And let's start unfolding this thing, because it takes a second. Who parked the semi-truck that close? Hopefully I'm grabbing those onions there. Looks like I am, somehow. There we go. Turn out the mini-map, we don't need that. JCB has only got a half a tank of fuel left. I felt like I just fueled this up, but maybe it used up that much fuel while harvesting these onions. Yes, I need $460,000 to buy lot number 60. And again, it may sound like, well, you're at 316, so you're not that far off. But I do have a loan payment every night of $50,000. So every night we sleep on through, that's $50,000 being taken out of the bank account. There's no way we're making it around the entire field because onions yield pretty well. And unfortunately, this does not hold that many onions. But it actually holds more than the big machine does, which just seems kind of weird. Yep, and now we are already full. Don't worry, driving over the onions does not damage the crop. Let's see. I will avoid the road sign over there, so we'll unload on this side. So this is our third onion harvest. The first year that we were here, we bought the field as it was. So, as we know, when you buy a field from an NPC farmer, it wasn't well fertilized, it wasn't well taken care of, so the yield was alright. I think we got about 80 or 90,000, no, I think we got, 110,000 liters, sorry. It was almost a full trailer. That one holds 120, so I think we had like 110,000 liters. Last year, like I said, I got about half the field harvested, and we had 80,000 liters. And I'm like, let's move to September, where we can harvest onions again. But mine withered. So in half the field, we had about 80,000 liters. So we'll see what we get this year, now that the entire field has been harvested. I'm guessing we'll end up with maybe like 140 or 150,000 liters of onions. Which does make me wonder, because I kind of forgot. I did check when I first got it, but how many onions can the vegetable production hold? Onions. Oh, 240,000 liters. Well, if I get that much, great. I was just wondering, like, if it doesn't hold that much, I'll have to find a place to store the onions and pick them up later. I do like how the machine looks as it picks up the onions. Watch them going around the conveyor belts. I'll try not to drive actually on the onions. So right now, this does hold like a little over 10,000 liters, so 12 loads will fill this trailer up. I think we are going to get ourselves a full trailer pretty easily. So being onions, this field will need to be plowed. And maybe might need some lime in it. Put the time scale of ×2. The tornado should be arriving somewhere around 1700, and we're at 1200 hours. So got about another 5 hours or so. Should be able to pick up this field, even at 2 time scale. Better not take me 2.5 hours in real time to pick these up. Round and round we go. So as for things I still need to buy for the farm, or at least have on the farm, and maybe we'll get lucky tomorrow when some mods drop on the mod hub. But I need a planter, and also I need a planter for the onions. Now, the Kenzie modded planter that we have used so far, I do believe that is in testing with Giants. And maybe that'll get released maybe sometime soon if it passes. So not only will we get ourselves a planter, but we'll have a planter that does onions too. So it's kind of like a 2-for-1. Can you use code that will hold more than what you are picking up? Are you saying can you edit like an XML file so the machine holds more? Yeah, you can. I mean, you can make a mod. There might actually be a mod on the mod hub that will hold more. I don't know. I didn't look when the map came out. I'm hoping that my modded root crop harvester that I tend to use, I'm hoping that will get modded so that will harvest onions. So not only will it harvest it, hopefully it'll pick them up as well. And that machine there will probably, I think it holds like 40 or 50,000 liters. So, again, we just got to wait for modders to get their mods perfected, get them to Giants. Giants got to test them, and then if they pass, then they'll be on the mod hub. I mean, Kinlaig hasn't even been out for a week yet. I mean, I'm fine the way this is for what it's picking up. But I would not want to do a bigger field than this. This is a 2-hectare size field. Again, there's many things you can do with the onions with the Highland fishing expansion. You can sell the onions as they are. There's also a production you can put down your farm for like 17 grand that will wash the onions. And also, you can do a vegetable production like we are. And you can make onion soup. You can make onion salted or salted onion, whatever it's called. Or you can make fried onions. Or as we call them here in the States, onion rings. So, I'm sure there'll be more recipes and production buildings in the future that you can do with more onions. Will not help you pick up more onions than what you're picking up now. Well, I mean, if the harvester held more, I can go longer without unloading into the truck. I don't think you're... it's not going to increase the yield in the field. So the onions that are on the ground are on the ground. It's not going to increase how many onions it picks up in the same distance. The onions on the field are, let's just say I have 150,000 liters of onions on the ground. It's not going to increase it to make it like 160 or 180,000 liters on the ground. It'll just increase the capacity that the quick picker upper will pick up. Hello, Brandy. Hope you're having a good Sunday so far. So yeah, in about 20 or 30 minutes, we will see a tornado on the map, I would think. I don't know, will I be done picking up these onions in 20 or 30 minutes? Small onion factory is not to wash them, but to put them in... Oh, that's right. Yeah, so I apologize, as Branding said, the production you put on your farm, I forgot how much it costs, like 11 or 17,000, somewhere around there. It bags up the onions, not wash them. I was thinking of the washed potato production, because it kind of reminds me of that a little bit, the way it looks. Hello, Eugene. Hope you're having a good Sunday. And appreciate the thumbs up. How do you store onions? Well, I would assume Omatana Silo would take them, but if you're talking like base game kind of stuff, you would have to put them into a bunker. Did I not? Oh, sorry. I'm like, why won't that start working? You gotta put it back into harvest mode, you moron. There you go. But yeah, for storing onions, you'd have to put them into a bunker, kind of like one of these bunkers. You'd have to come in and unload it, put them in there. So unless you have a modded silo, you're not going to store onions in there. Yeah, you don't get tornadoes in Scotland, but you do get heavy winds, so you can just kind of go on the fact of, okay, just don't picture it as a tornado, just picture it as high winds. Alright, I think after this one, we'll grab the herbicide sprayer and we'll go take care of that contract. And then we'll come back here and grab some more onions. Well, yeah, Aaron. If I edit the XML file for this harvester, or sorry, I don't want to call it a harvester. It's just a machine that picks up onions. But if I just edit the XML file and have it hold like 30,000 liters, I can just pick up more onions in the field before having to return to the trailer to unload. Alright, so we already got 64,000 liters of onions into the trailer. And that's not even half the field. Hello, sup, Captain. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Alright, so field 25. I feel like it's down at by the shop is where I gotta go. Am I remembering that correctly? Ah, it is. Right on down here. And looks like the way to get in is kind of at this corner here, or maybe over here. Bunkers I showed her for making silage. Yes, they are, but I would assume. But you know, I you shouldn't assume things because you know what assume means. But I would assume you could put the onions in there. It's a big field, but this is a big sprayer with a fast working speed. And no, this is not a modded sprayer that I'm using. This is part of the Highland DLC. So if you like this type of sprayer, and you have the Highland DLC, just look for it, and it should be wait, can I not open the gate? I have a contract here. Field 25, yes. It is Field 25, correct? Field 25, yes. Won't let me open up the gate. Okay. I'll just drive through the hedge, I suppose. Hello, Miles. Welcome. Alright, well, I'm killing the weeds. Wonder why it would not allow me to open up the gate. And yes, the contract is actually working. Because we're up to 7% done. Interesting. Now look at that working speed. 15, 16 miles an hour. I think this is a 38 meter wide. And we're going to get paid pretty good for this contract. And with the See and Spot weed sprayer, I'm not using much herbicide. So the overall profit is pretty good. Don't even have the Highland done. I'm almost at 50%. Love the See and Spot weed sprayer because it only sprays a herbicide where it needs it. Yeah, because this is technically our third harvest season. And I filled this up when I bought it on day one. And, well, haven't had to refill it yet. And probably be a couple more years before I need to. Guess all depends on how many contracts I do, too. Alright, hopefully just a little bit more here and we shall be done. And we'll get back to picking up some more onions. Should be getting to the soybean harvest this stream as well. And that'll be good because we can start making that fish food. I'm just curious. Let me try opening the gate from this side. Huh. Does not allow me to open up the gate. So we'll click on that contract for 8,018. It's a nice little contract to get. About 5 minutes worth of work. Probably should make this little pathway here a little bit better. I tend to take it quite often. I just like the way this farmyard looks. And not really using the shed as intended, but it works for my equipment. Alright, back to picking up some more onions here. Yeah, I think last season when I harvested onions, I got about from where I am all the way to the left. I think I got that much harvested. And I checked the calendar, and I was like, well, it says we can harvest onions in September, so we'll move on to another month. And we'll split up how we do the onions. And, well, my onions had different plans, I guess. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to get up to $460,000 in the month of August to be able to buy that lot. I think it's going to be rough to buy that, actually. At least in today's stream. I can't borrow any more money. I think I'm... If you weren't here for the beginning, I did borrow $8 million with the enhanced loan mod. And I'm sure the bank is not going to let me borrow any more money anytime soon. Because I still owe like $7.5 million on the original contract. And the farm is not worth enough where I can take out a second loan. Let me go ahead and activate. Plus, I want to see in the vegetable production. Let me activate making the fried onions. But yeah, I got 8,000 liters of canola oil there. Fried onion with canola oil. So it's just onions and canola oil to make fried onions. So we'll activate that. So that way when I bring it over and get right to work. So yeah, I just want to pick up these onions because I don't want my twister to suck all my onions away. It's not what we want at all. I wonder if I had a windrower. Would a windrower put these in a swath? Does a windrower actually classify as you can only use it like on grass? Probably just a dumb question, but... Yeah, it just says grass, hay, or straw in rows. So I don't know if I could use it on onions. Just reduce the amount of rows that there are. I mean, this machine is still going to fill up a lot faster, and I only can hold 10,700 liters, whatever it is. It would just make less swaths, but that just means this will fill up that much faster is all. It's a lot of onions. So that should put me at what, like 80,000 liters in that trailer at this point? Somewhere around there. Yeah, so this baffles me that this machine here is under potatoes. Yeah, I think it's this machine here. You would think this machine here would hold that a whole lot more onions, but it only holds 9,600 on this big machine, compared to this machine here, which holds 10,000. Hello, Tobias. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Almost said Saturday. But yeah, hopefully having a good Sunday so far. For those that do watch American Truck Simulator on the channel, I apologize, but yeah, I did not get a chance to record ATS this week. Usually Friday is the day I recorded, but Friday I was not feeling the best. And at the same time, I was not feeling the best. We also had a couple of quick power outages, and I did not want to get some recordings done. Or at least try to record it. And lose, like, power, like, halfway through. Because if I do that, say I'm, like, within 10 minutes of ending the recording, if I lose power, that recording I did, the file is corrupt because, yeah, it's, you didn't end the recording the way the program says it should, so the coding is not there correctly. So it's like, yeah, I don't feel good, and I'm getting some power cuts because of the wind, so... And I did not get a chance to record it last night either. Well, there's 94,000 liters, so we got 95,000 liters of onions in there, so... Two full more loads will just about have that trailer full of onions. And I've been saying onions a lot. So definitely our best yield of onions that we've had in year number 3. Hello, TK. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday. The thing about also ATS is the map I'm excited about is not going to be out for like another half year. And that is when SES announced that they introduced British Columbia is going to be coming to ATS. But of course, Louisiana, Illinois, and South Dakota should be the next states that are released. I think you're starting off with a cold. I hardly ever get colds or fevers. Alright, put this back in. Be nice if you actually turned on the harvester. Keep calling it a harvester. Not sure what you would actually call this. What's it actually called in the shop? Well, it is actually called a harvester. It does say it picks up the potatoes out of the ground, but that's not what I'm using, is it? Yeah, it must be. Because the onions are already out of the ground, but I guess they are calling it a harvester. So yeah, definitely going to fill up the trailer this year. And we'll have a little bit of extra to come back and pick up. So with the contract done, and once we get these onions all picked up, I think I am done with August. But I'll have to do a once over on the farm to be sure, because I haven't had a chance to check since I logged in today, and I don't think I got anything else to do. Maybe feed the cattle. They might need some TMR. It's going to be just shy of filling up that trailer. Now, I do want to go over with a full trailer. That way I can kind of keep track of how many onions we actually get off the field. So let's see, I'm guessing we're going to have close to 140,000 liters of onions out the field. As you can see, the harvest yield on the field was pretty good, especially on the right-hand side. Is that because of the soil? Must be because of the soil on that side of the field. Yep, it's loam. Alright, let's go top off our trailer and get those onions delivered. While this is unloading, but it'll be done here in just a second, I need to just take a quick break. I need to go outside and grab something before the rain gets it too soggy. So I'll be right back. Alright, we're back, and I'm glitching out between my equipment. There we go. To the vegetable production. Hello, Crow Daddy. Hope you're having a good, well, for you, I guess it's Monday now, isn't it? So 120,000 liters of onions to start with, and we should have like another 20 or 30,000 left to pick up. Thought that bus was going to go straight on through, but nope, they turned up the road I came down, so... Love that the wheels on this trailer steer. Helps me get around some tight corners here. Yeah, so we can see steam coming out of the stack pipes on production buildings. I think I don't know if it was yesterday I mentioned it, but yeah, my steam train does not have its steam coming out of that. And someone mentioned, might have been McSimulate, may have said that they see steam coming out of their steam engine. So is it just me that does not see the steam on the steam train? think what John is saying there, Crow Daddy, is he probably uses his PC for playing American Truck Sim or Euro Truck Sim. So to play Power Wash, he would have to remove his steering wheel and gear shift off the desk so he can use the keyboard and mouse. Steam comes only when you drive it after stopping it, you think. Oh, on the train. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I may have to lease a train just to see if that happens. Thank you, Tony, for that info. I have not used the train in Farm Sim 25 since Riverbend Springs, I think. And that was early on in Riverbend Springs. I stopped using it when the glitch started happening. Alright, let's get the rest of these onions picked up, and then we'll double check on the farm, and we'll see when the tornado hits. You know what really upset me, probably, is if the tornado hits all of my oak trees that I have planted. I'd rather have it hit the soybean field, honestly. It better not hit my oak trees. Should really show Steam when it's traveling around, not just when you lease it. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a reason why they decided not to show it, or is it a glitch? That sometimes those are things we don't know about video games that we play. You know, were they having problems with the Steam causing problems on the train always coming out? Or is it to help with consoles, so that way it's not always having Steam come out? You know, many different ways. Are they newly planted oak trees? No, my oak trees are almost fully grown. It's either going to be next month or the month after where they are fully grown. And I got like 60 or 70 of them planted for the sawmill, ready to go. So, I mean, if the tornado hits that and wrecks my trees, instead of getting 20,000 liters per tree, we'll get like 5. And yeah, I can turn destruction off on environmental weather, but I decide not to do that. A storm shouldn't be strong enough to ruin them. Crow Daddy, have you ever not seen a tornado before? Tornadoes are extremely hazardous. Alright, we got all of the onions. So, of course, we had a full trailer, so that was 120,000 liters. And then we'll just add whatever this trailer has into it. And then we'll see how much onions we got off the field. And I can stop saying onions for another year. Alright, so there's 20,000, so that's 140... 143,655 liters of onions is what we got off this field. Right, let's actually wash this thing and put it away. Can you not save settings, then just upload the setting again? Well, I like to play with the destruction on, because why not? You know, it's part of the game. I'll roll with it. I don't mind it. I'm glad that Giants did put the option to have it to where it doesn't destroy things, but I'll leave the option on. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Let's see here. Park this away. Not sure you can keep playing on the Highlands map. Like the map, but this driving left side of the road is driving me bonkers. Well, what you could do, Branding, if you wanted to, is turn traffic off, and then you got the road to yourself. I mean, you could do that, I suppose. Yeah, I don't mind dirty machines either, but I mean, if I'm done using it for another year, I will wash it up and put it away. Don't know where my Massey Ferguson or New Holland are currently, but they should be put away at some point. Where are they? Oh, the Massey Ferguson's in with a seed drill. Okay, that's fine. Where's my New Holland? Oh, yes, I got silage to sell. Or just drive around the map like I do. Just go ahead and pass cars all the time. Can I save my wheel settings via the wheel app? You can. You can save them for each individual game. But that's something I've never done with my wheel, is save the settings for each individual game. I just log into the game and start playing, and I got used to how the game reacts to my wheel and just go with it like that. I know a lot of people will have a different radius for the wheel for playing farm sim or truck sim is a big difference, but I just load in the game and play as it is. Doesn't bother me too much. Hello, Crystal. Welcome. So yeah, I do got some silage to sell, so we'll go do that. And then I think I'm done with August, unless I got to feed the cattle. But we'll need this in October for the soybeans. All right, New Holland, let's go deliver this silage. So at this point, I would rather the tornado actually hit the farmyard area rather than the sawmill area. Because the sawmill area has one of our soybean fields and all of my oak trees. At the farmyard area, if it hits there, well, they do have a soybean field nearby. And everything else should be fine. Famous words, everything should be. Sometimes the app has lists of games in the app already you can pick. Yeah, I just never got into the app for my wheel to go in and just say, oh, I'm playing this game, set it up. This game, set it up. I mean, I could easily see the difference going from Farm Sim to, like, ATS. When I drive my truck in ATS, I barely move the wheel left or right when I'm turning. I don't think the settings in the app are going to save the key bindings in the game, but I think it will be like degrees of rotation and adding dead spots, I think, to your wheel and pedals. I think that's what it does. It's been a long time since I even looked at my app for my wheel, for my G27. Well, another 100,000, I could buy that property, but unfortunately I don't have any more work to do this month or silage to sell. I mean, I would need about 4 more loads of silage like that to get up to 460,000. And we've already sold, I do believe, our sawmill and stone products this month. My cattle. Let's see what the cattle need, if anything. Yeah, they could use some TMR. Cows are going through it more than they have in the past, but we've gone from 30 cows. I think we have 50 at this point. Or if I go fishing and keep catching fish, I would only need to catch 1,000 fish. Was 71 degrees yesterday and today 45. Well, as we said, it's that time of year. I mean, I was talking yesterday that how nice it was where I am, and I went outside after the stream yesterday and enjoyed the weather, and woke up this morning with snow on the ground. So I'm ready for spring. Oh, cutting that car off. We'll grab about 40,000 liters of TMR. Let's see, how much TMR... Wait, how much silage do I got? Oh, 25,000, yeah. I think the next grass cut, we'll have to make TMR out of it. I'm actually going to put about 50,000 liters in here. The way the cows are going through it. You hardly get snow when you do, it's gone the next day. I can't say that about where I live. What stage is my grass field in? It's in the growing stage, so it'll be ready in October for a cut. Okay, that's fine. That works out. Yeah, we got 50 cattle. We had 30, but we're now up to 50. We even sold our first 10 cattle not long ago. I'll double check contracts, although I don't think there's going to be anything I want to do. Harvesting, we don't do. I'm interested. This has got to be like a vegetable harvest. Actually, it's an onion harvest, yes. I have no interest in doing that type of field. It's actually field number 1. Almost $18,000 for that, but that would take forever. Yeah, so we just fed the animals. They're good. The sheep, they are fine. Productions should all be fine. Corey, oh, the Corey. I need to get over there and get that water in. And yeah, might run out of wood, but that's the way it is. And everything else is the way it's going. Oh, I was getting ready to sleep through, but we don't want to sleep through. Let's go ahead and get flight mode activated. And let's fast forward to twister time. Which again, that should be at... let's Well, it should be at 1500. Or sorry, 1700. And it's going to go all the way through midnight. That is a long storm. So 1700 all the way through midnight. That's going to suck. Can we see the sawmill from here? Yes, I can see my oak trees off in the distance. Alrighty. Maybe it hasn't spawned yet. There's our oak trees and our soybean field. Oh, nope, there it is. Alright, this is kind of not near anything for us currently. Yep, Crystal, we got all of our onions. We got about 143,000 liters of onions off of our field. Well, I do believe there's a horse down there at that wagon. Hope the horse is alright. Okay, this is headed towards... This is headed towards our fields. We just took care of the weeds in that field for that farmer. That's owned by Katie. It is now going to go over our canola field, but luckily the crop has not grown yet. Now it's going to go right over David's house. Right where we cut down all of our trees. Did switches let the path of destruction on your farm? Yes it did. But it did not hurt our canola field, because the crop had not grown yet. Never saw do any of the cargoes. Oh, I see what you said above that. The Halloween event? Yes, I finished the Halloween event. We did some live streams for that. So, yeah, I got all the we got all the Halloween stuff done. Which, by the way, does remind me, if you have not logged into your World of Trucks profile, and you did complete the Halloween event, and you have not collected any of your rewards, make sure you go do so. You got about a week to collect them. I think you got until the 16th. I think the event doesn't end until the 16th of November. So you got time to get in there and do them. Alright, so there's 8 o'clock in the morning. No, the tornadoes can't suck up the seed. So you can see it went over our canola field and it looks just fine. Matter of fact, if we go to this page here, you can see where the tornado went through the grown crop and our crop didn't get hurt at all. I don't think our crop would have got hurt even in the first growth stage. I think it needs to be in the second growth stage before it would get damaged. Alright, so welcome to September. Let me see what the contracts are looking like. So we're looking for plowing. There's a fertilizing contract, but it's on the other side of the map. Oh, a couple good plowing contracts here. I will accept that, thank you. And I might even do the other one that was there, because that... Where is that one? I'll accept that one as well. Because that's like $17,000. Let's see. And that is it. We got enough food for them. They're looking just fine. All right, let me drop back on down to the ground. We'll get our tractors moving. With the Massey Ferguson on the plow. Or do I want that drilling? Grab the T8. And we'll put that in the plow. Hello, Panther. Welcome. Alright, Crow Daddy, enjoy the rest of your Monday, and thanks for stopping on in for some farming today. Oh yeah, we'll feed Sam wherever Sam is. Actually, I haven't seen Sam at all today, I don't think. Yeah, some of our trees took damage, but these trees over here I could care less about. It was my oak trees at the sawmill I was more worried about. Hello, Wheelchair Gamer. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday. So where am I going here? The opposite side of the store is where I need to go. But where do I enter the field other than driving through the hedge? I see a gate. Let's see if it lets me open up this gate. I may have to drive through the hedge anyways. Oh, that gate opened. Alright, let's get one of the Franks to work, shall we? Two headlands, yada yada, 2%. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, take you about 20 minutes to get that done. We are going to jump up to the castle to see what's going on up there. Because I did not look at the end of the month, but I'm sure it's still running. 43 steps complete. It is going through some more stone, which we got plenty of up here. But the other two buildings I think are done, as we know, and we're just working on this one here. There's still like 20 some odd steps to go. More than 20. Which is interesting. Alright, Francine, you got that? She's wearing the same outfit as me, except for the cowboy hat. Alright, yes, let's grab the Massey Ferguson and we're going to go plant. We did barley last year. We'll plant wheat, I think. So let's go to wheat. Store pays. Let me just have a quick peek there. And nothing there that we are looking for. Oh, and I will have weeds to take care of in the canola field as well. Well, David's got some trees that probably would need to be removed. Yep, I can see the weeds in our canola field right now. Maybe I'll wait until next month. And then I can take care of the weeds in that field and this field as well. I think last year I had a worker plant in this field. The dog just went through your truck. Is he a superhero? Did the dog go through the truck or did you go through the dog? Actually, should be the question. So again, I'm trying to get my money up to 460,000 so we can buy lot number 60 and start working on the windmill. I really don't have any use for the land. We're just going to be doing it just for the windmill only. Which is kind of weird that we got to do it that way. But I suppose, like on Riverbend Springs, the grain elevator, and also the playground, those were not production buildings that we built, and it wasn't usable afterwards. But the windmill is going to be a production building when we're done with it. Videos and voice are very relaxing. Thanks for being here. Well, I'm glad you enjoy what we do here, Panther, and I'm always glad to have you and everyone here that are watching, even the lurkers walking around their house, probably with it playing on a TV somewhere or whatever. Or you're just farming along with me. Appreciate everyone being here for just to watch me do some farming of my own in my weird style that I do. So as you can see, I did put lime down in this field after last harvest a couple months ago. So pH value should be pretty good. Fed the dog and watch went through my truck. Maybe he wasn't happy, or maybe she wasn't happy. Don't know what kind of dog you have, but maybe they weren't happy with the kind of food you gave them. I am kind of interested to see with the castle what the last, like, 15 steps of the castle is going to be, because it looks like we're getting up to maybe where the roof line is. Oh, I did not see. Maybe is there like a stone wall that goes around the castle? Maybe the stone wall gets rebuilt. If there is one. Now I got to go back up there and see. Is there like a stone wall that goes around maybe? I mean, there's stones there, but no, they already got a fence around up here. So it's not like a stone wall is going to get built around it. Well, only way to find out is just let the workers up there continue on rebuilding it, and we'll find out, I guess. Again, I haven't watched anyone's videos on the castle or anything, because I don't want to really kind of ruin it for myself to know what it looks like when it's done. So after we get this planted, we're going to go down to the sawmill. I got to inspect my oak trees and see if they are fully grown. And if they are, we can start really filling up that sawmill again. Hello, Silver Tiger. Welcome. Thanks for dropping on in on a Sunday. Hopefully your Sunday is going well today. Kind of going through the hedge there a little bit. I should double check, but soybeans aren't ready until October, right? Growing and growing. All right. I think I finally got in my head that soybeans are October, November, not September, October. Something so satisfying about planting your crop back in. So yeah, I was talking about a couple days ago. The two fields in front of us, over there is where Ben lives in that house. So that field there and the field in front of us, I thought about buying those because we own the field after the one that's been harvested behind Ben's house. That's our soybean field, which has a very good yield into it. So I figured those two fields between this field and that field would have good soil in it, but apparently not. I mean, it's not bad, but if you click on the fields, they go below 100% yield, so don't think I'll be buying those. I think the other good fields are down by the sawmill, and we do own the soybean field down there, so maybe expanding down there is something we'll do in the future. So getting that soybean harvest and getting that fish food production back up and going. But again, this year we should have a lot more fish food. I actually might have to use our silo because I don't. How many liters of soybean can that fish food production hold? Fish food factory, soybean. All right, 80,000 liters. That might be. I think that might be fine. Soybeans don't yield that well. I think we'll be close to about 60,000 liters of soybeans harvested. You think I have a radio voice? I know it's the weekend, but what are you guys drinking today? I mean, I would take that as a compliment, I guess, but a radio voice, I would not go that far. But then again, I'm not sure, does anyone like the sound of their own voice? There is no more tornadoes this year, right? I don't think so. No. It does look like we might have a snowy winter. They're forecasting snow in December, January, and February. You're not with your accent? I mean, we all have accents. It's just a matter of how deep of an accent we all have. Irish cider you're having today. I will admit my Sunday morning was a little rough after last night, but after just a half hour moving around, I feel pretty darn good today. So a couple more passes and the wheat will be in. And fingers crossed that my oak trees are at full growth so I can just stack that sawmill full. If they're not fully grown, I'm not going to cut them even though they're close because as we saw yesterday, they're only giving me like 5,000 liters of wood compared to if they were full grown at 20,000 liters. I may have to come back here and cut down some of the trees that got destroyed by that tornado. Would be kind of cool if we get like a environmental bonus somehow by cutting down the trees that got destroyed by a tornado. And it's going to be perfect timing because our first contract is almost done. And now it is. And that concludes the fall planting. I don't think the canola is going to grow next month, but this sprayer does have narrow tire. Comes with narrow tires on it, I think. What am I looking for? Sprayers is what I'm looking for. Yeah, narrow tires. Well, it shows narrow tires there. I hope I bought it with narrow tires on it. Yeah, actually I'm done with the drill altogether because in the springtime it'll be onions and soybean. So we'll give this a wash. Yeah, those trees that got destroyed, they're not worth a lot to sell. They're not going to have many liters of wood into it, so it's just basically removing them, basically, is all you're doing. Firewood. I mean, I know I did firewood in 22. Has the firewood mods come out in 25? Does anyone know? Because that would be kind of interesting. Maybe. Although, I need the wood for the sawmill. Did Sam come and grab his food? He did. I think Sam is off chasing squirrels again. I like that we have Sam following us around from farm to farm. Would not really be a good idea to wash my drill and then put it into an enclosed building. Be better off to leave it outside and let it air dry. New Highland, let's get you moved over to the other contract field, which is somewhere. Where am I going for the other contract? Oh, turn by Ben's house, go down through. Got it. Tried listening, watching plenty of other streamers, and the way they present their voices and audio is like, nope, not happening. I mean, we all have our preferences, don't we? I'm sure, you know, I appreciate the compliment you guys have a, you know, relaxing voice or whatever to come listen to. But I'm sure there's been plenty of people come in, hear my voice in 2 seconds and go, nope. Which is fine. Yes, there's a firewood production out there. I didn't mind doing the firewood production in 22. I think the first time I used it was on Oceanside Forest, where of course I had plenty of wood there. I mean, I did cut down 8,000 plus trees, I think it was. It did seem to pay a lot, though. Oh, don't have my beacons on. Yes, my own field needs to be plowed, but that's the onion field. And since that doesn't get planted till next March, I got time to get there. I'd rather get some contract work done and get paid while the contracts are there and pay well. Glad a lot of these limbs don't have collisions on it, because going through the tall plow would be kind of hazardous to the plow, the trees, and myself. YOLO, no train coming? No, apparently not. I feel like I've plowed this field 3 times this season. Not sure what the farmer's doing here, but they want it plowed again, I'll plow it again. Let's see. 2 headlands, 2, yeah, that's fine. It's like, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Get to work. And right there, 15 minutes, right? 13, 17. Close enough. Let's collect on one of those contracts. Almost 10 grand for that one. Nice. Yeah, let's go down to the sawmill and see what my trees... Where am I? See what my trees look like. So they need to be 17... Oh, they look good. They look fat. They look fat. 17.9. Okay, these trees are ready to be cut and put into the mill. And I'm sure we must have ran out of wood overnight. Did we? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Oh, wait, how many liters does that hold? 120, I'm guessing? Oh, it does not show me here. Sawmill. 140, so that's like 6 trees. 6. Alright. Well, we can cut down 6 trees. Whoops. So yeah, these are trees that we planted. Does it cost more for AI worker when using courseplay instead of assistant workers? You can actually change how much your courseplay workers get paid. And I don't remember what the setting I have for my courseplay workers is. Let's see if I can find that setting. Let's see if I go settings. Crop and growth seasons. General settings? Lumberjack, precision farming. It's somewhere. Where is that setting? I may have to get into a vehicle to do this. Where is that setting? It's not under additional settings because that's a mod itself. Lumberjack, precision farming. It's somewhere. I forgot where that setting even is. I don't know. There is a setting for course play, and I think you can do it like 100%, 75%, 50% on how much they get paid compared to the base game. Working with, wait for autoloader. That's record, play. Might be in here. That's the mini HUD. Highland Center. Vinework, course editor. No, it's not what I want. I gotta get away from the silo because it's detecting the silo. Oh, because it's a wheel loader, so that's why it's gonna say that. No, we're talking about Panther. We're talking about course play. AI settings is for the game workers. Actually, let me get back into here. Enter vehicle. Oh, I can't change. Oh, wait. It's probably in here. Here, oh, wait, here we go. Here we go. Vehicle settings, settings. There we go. Now I'm where I need to be. CP driver wages. I got it to where it's the same as AI workers. But I can change that to where they get paid 500% more. Ouch. Or down to 0. So you can pay, they can get paid absolutely nothing. If you want free workers. 50%, 100%, 250, 500%. I'm leaving at 100%. They will do automatic repairs. I need to change that actually down to 25%. Fuel threshold 5%. So if the fuel gets down to 5%, the worker will stop so I don't run out of fuel. Stop harvesting while it's raining, activated. So you can change how much your course play workers get paid. I got it on to, as you can see, wages are a percentage of normal workers' wages. I got it right where the base game is, so I'm not getting a break on my workers. So you can adjust that to as you see fit. I mean, imagine hiring workers and not paying them at all. Okay, finally I get to do what I've been wanting to do since day one with the wheel loader. And that is get my oak trees into the mill. And try not to hit cars at the same time. Can't see worth a darn, but we'll get them in here. Will it take if I just leave it in the wheel loader that high, or... There we go. Makes it easier for me to see what the heck I'm doing. You're welcome, Crystal. It's what I'm here for. I'm here to educate and get educated. I've learned some things from you guys as well. I knew that page was somewhere. I just can't remember how to get back to it. So right now I'm just going to put 3 of these in because I had no wood whatsoever into the mill. And by the way, I'll just have a double look. We should be getting 20,000 liters per tree. So let me just check the production chain here. And that should say 20 some odd thousand. Yeah, 21,382 and slowly declining because it's getting used. And yeah, I am going to need to plant these trees as we go, because this sawmill is going to go through it. And this is what's going to help us pay back the loan, the huge loan I got. Yeah, let me put my beacons on. I'm going to try grabbing at the trunk, although I think it's going to be too much weight on the left-hand side. But this is why I bought the big grab on day one, because I knew I was going to try to be grabbing these oak trees. And I think I'm stuck in another tree. I did not cut the tree at a good angle. Come on, get out of there. There we go, I got it. Yeah, it's a little bit too much weight on the left-hand side, so I can't really grab it by the trunk. So I'm going to have to grab it in between the limbs. I mean, I'll get there this way, but obviously not ideal. Only used course plate on one MP map and wasn't sure. Yeah, depending on how they had it set up. Did I get the bank paid at New Hope? Of course I did. I never leave a map without owing money to a bank. Yeah, New Hope, I was earning tons of cash at the end. Tons and tons of cash. You a stunt driver. There's a fine line between stunt driver and driving like an idiot. I think I'm leaning more towards driving like an idiot. Okay, so this will be our third tree, right? Yeah, I think it's our third. So that means we'll have 60,000 liters in the sawmill. That should be good for probably 2 months, because I got everything active now, so it's going through a lot more wood. Okay, I know I can get in between these limbs here. We've done it. Maybe I was on the other side of the tree. Okay. There was a way I did it. That will kind of work, maybe? Wonder what it's like in cab. This won't be good. It's quieter in cab. I mean, I can see... Well, okay. Apparently I can't see that much better. So I just ran into a building with an oak tree and a wheel loader. Nope, don't tip over yet. Thank you. There we go, 63,000 liters in. So yeah, I'm basically going to go through about a tree and a half about per month. And I initially planted 40 trees, and I planted then another 20. So, boy, getting these trees out is going to be interesting in the future. But that's good enough for right now. Now, this is not going to work, right? I mean, this would look stupid. That should not work. And it doesn't. Didn't think it would, but I figured, you know what? Try it. You never know. Maybe the game is would glitch out and let it hook up. But to plant, I'll have to bring down something, which is not a big deal. All right, into the T8, because that is done plowing. At least I've learned to, close the gates after, before I collect on the contract. But the first contract I did today would not allow me to open up the gate. Now, I wonder if that's because I took the contract. I took the contract yesterday. Of course, I saved the game, exited the game, and came back in. Maybe did not know that I had access through that gate, apparently. But the rest of the contract so far today, I can open and close the gate. We'll honk at Ben on the way through. He should be outside. It's a nice day. He should be sitting up front or standing up front of his door. There he is. So I don't think selling the stuff from the sawmill and the stone mason today is going to help us out. Let's go grab the JCB, and I got to go put water into that quarry. I don't think it would run out this month, but it needs to be done, so I might as well just go do it now. And it should be good for like another year, so the JCB is a good candidate to get over there quick. And plus I need fuel. So it's kind of a win-win. I think this is the tractor I'll be buying on Shamburgo, which... Wow, I recorded tomorrow's episode like 4 or 5 days ago and have not posted it yet. I mean, it doesn't usually come out until Monday anyways, but the channel members, you guys would have had early access to it. Kind of forgot about that. I need to post that. And I need to record Wednesday's episode here. But I think this will be the next tractor I get on Shamburgo. For the horsepower and the price it costs to get it, and the top speed, helped me out on that map going back and forth from the sheep and goat pen down to the productions. It does take a moment on base game fuel stations to fuel up. If I had my fuel station at the farmyard, if I hit refuel, if you blink, you'll miss it and it'll be full. I mean, this doesn't take that long. 585 in fuel. Yep, there are 3 JCBs. The 8,000, the 4,000, and the... Well, the one I use to fertilize our fields here, I don't know the number of that one. But I have the 8,000 and the very small one. And we have used the 8,000, 4,000 on other maps, but those are modded JCBs. Alright, Corey is good for about another year. Looks like we got some fried onions pallets already outside the veggie production. Pardon me, coming through. So you can see the damage that tornado did to our neighbor's field. They lost a good amount of crop in their field. Luckily, our field of canola, even though the tornado went over it, did not do any damage to it. Do a little road rage here. You're in a sports car. I'm in a farm tractor. Get moving. So yeah, I could plow my onion field, but I think we'll hold off and just get to another month here. Turn off the beacons. Okay, so we're out of canola, so we can deactivate the canola oil. Which I do need to get delivered to the fish food, I think. Not a big rush, but it needs to get there. Sawmill's good now for a little bit. And everything else is doing what it can do. I'll leave that active. So yeah, we're fine there. Let's see here. You guys, TMR, you guys are doing fine. Sheep, they don't have a whole lot, but they're okay. Yeah, I think we're just going to go on to another month. After I collect my contract for $6,335. I said collect. Thank you. Let's see here. Fertilized for $5,000, which is not bad, but Yeah, nothing worthwhile to do for contracts. Let's go to October where our soybeans will be ready. So we should wake up with about $270,000 in the bank account. Woke up this morning seeing 4 deer bedded down in the back of your yard. I see deer in my yard about every 2 or 3 days. And that's when I'm just happen to catch them walking through. But again, I do live out in the sticks, so I don't usually ever see deer bedded in my area. I think they usually just come around my house for the apple trees. The wool. Forgot about the wool, but again, the wool is just something that happens around here. Alright, get that to the side. Contracts. What do we got this morning here? Couple more plowing contracts. There'll be one right next to us. And the other one down the road a bit. They pay okay. Sale page, just a bale wrapper, so nothing of interest there. And our soybean fields should be ready here. That one is. And that one is. Let's just visit the castle, see what we're doing. Yeah, 45 done out of 65, so 20 more steps. And it looks like you can see there, now we're getting angles on the stone. Not far off from the roof being put down. So, yep, it's getting there. It is getting there. All right, let's get over to, yes, the combine. And we're going to go down to the sawmill and harvest that field first. Because that field needs to be harvested because it'll be the first time I've harvested that field. So the environmental score bonus in that field's down a bit because of hasn't registered the nitrogen or pH value in it yet. So just by harvesting it quickly, that'll jump up the scores. So when I go to sell stuff, we'll get a little bit more of a bonus. Which currently, talk about road rage, that person's already honking their horn. What's my bonus at? Oh, it's already at 13%. But the score in that field is 77. It should get up to 100% here. Well, maybe not because it's soybean, so the nitrogen level might not be that good. Because soybeans don't require nitrogen at all. Would be neat if you could see little workers there. Do they have to be little workers or can they be big workers? Branding's getting hungry of talk of a deer. He wants his venison. Looks like a nice October morning here in Kinlaig. Sun trying to break through the fog. We will also sell in October, we will sell the stuff from the sawmill and stone quarry. I am interested, though, just to see exactly how much my sawmill is going through. It's almost going through 40,000 liters of wood per month. Just looking and see how to attack of getting my header in there without destroying too much crop. I think the other gate I may have gotten rid of more hedges than I did here. So I might actually have more room. I think I'll remove the hedges between the field and my trees. And yeah, I know I can drive through the hedges and kind of avoid this whole thing about getting the header in there. But it's all part of the challenge. I got destroyed a little bit there, but hopefully I can get this without destroying too much. Alrighty. Soybeans for making fish food. And yep, Lindsay, I definitely can go through the hedges. I just try not to. So I'm going to have to bring the semi down with the grain trailer. And again, it should be a pretty good yield. Bring up the mini map so we can see what we're doing. And yeah, this is the first seasons I've had this field right here. So we have had no data previously. And we get to see the water wheel over there in action. So it looks like we're running on all cylinders now on the farm. Sawmill, we got our oak trees supplying that. And now we got a decent amount of fields to keep probably the fish food producing enough. So we get a whole bunch of fish next year, I hope. 121% yield in this part of the field. And it must be a different soil type down through here, because now it's dropped down to about 100%. So yeah, so it looks like the sawmill is going to go through 2 trees per month. So yeah, I'm going to have to plant some oak trees before winter to keep up with it. Problem I'm going to have, because the way I'm planting the oak trees, is at some point getting some oak trees out on the back row and trying to get them out around the trees that are not fully grown yet. Well, I didn't think I was going to make it all the way around the headland, but I did. And I'm going to turn around, because that way the auger will be on the harvested side. Someone put an oak tree there. Can't see. Yeah, I think off of this field, again, this field's been extended since last year. But usually off of this field that we usually had, we were getting like 18,000 liters. But right where, well, you can see where I harvested last year and the addition to it. Feels like doubled in size. Then we got the other big soybean field to go harvest. All right, semi, where is that? Should be, whoop, should be all set to go. So, yep, going to be a busy October with the harvesting. Take care of the weeds in the wheat and canola field. The grass field should be ready to be cut. Might even plow up the onion field. Just kind of get that ready for next year. Because that way I don't have to do that much work throughout the winter. As we saw, the winter forecast is looking rather snowy. Pardon me, coming through. Passing on a curve. Then we'll pass on a bridge. Well, the bus decided they wanted no part of that, so they stopped early. Oh, almost missed my gate. So for a while there, I needed about another $100,000 to buy lot 60, but now since we've gone through a couple of nights, I need another $200,000. $460,000 to buy lot number 60, just so we can build the windmill. And I'm hoping that when I buy the property, because we can't build a windmill until we buy the property, which is just kind of a little bit weird. I hope I get paid for bringing the material there, because if I don't, then I may hold off onto it for a little while. But then I really wanted to sell the property back, because I'm not going to have no use for it. I don't think I need another mill, because the mill I currently have, I mean, it's a modded mill, and honestly, it does the production rather fast. So building the mill up there in the hill, yeah, doesn't really benefit me hardly at all. We deleted the gate and some of the hedges to get access to the field. Yeah, you do what you gotta do. I seem to be doing somewhat alright by not destroying too much crop by getting in, so if I was doing a lot of damage, I would probably try to find or delete the gates myself. But right now, I'm not destroying too much. And now with this field being harvested, I can cut down the oak trees right here, and I'll get those into the sawmill. And I think we'll try to fill it up. I shouldn't say try. We'll get it close to full. Just making sure I don't have the glitch where it's not showing the crop in the combine. Again, I really just go by looking at the combine as I'm driving around. Once I see the crop getting close to the top, I'll start looking at the bottom right-hand corner to see how full it is. Well, we're going by the trailer, so may as well just come on over and unload. Give it back in the dev tool. I do love that dev tool. I mean, if I was destroying a lot of crop, getting in and out, then I definitely would change it up, but... I don't think I even destroyed 500 liters of soybean. Shut off the truck, save the money for the fuel? Nah. It's fine. Don't use that much fuel, really. That's probably the only realistic pricing in the game is the fuel itself, though. Oh, you're talking about buying, like, or selling a lot 60 with the dev tool. See what happens when we get around to it. If it doesn't allow me to sell it, I may do that. So we'll get these this field harvested, then we'll jump into the wheel loader, and we'll try to get some more trees. Well, I say try. We're going to get more trees into the mill. Get it close to full. Then I need to get all this stuff on down to the next soybean field. I'm not sure I would call it cheating in a way, because when you're playing a solar player game, if that person's fine with it, I wouldn't call it cheating. Now another person may look at the way you're playing the game and consider it cheating, but if the solar player playing their solar player game is doing something, the only person that can really consider cheating is themselves. Pretty sure a number of people would say I cheat because I use like auto loading and all that kind of stuff. But I call it entertaining. Because you guys were there, well, some of you were there at Riverbend Springs before Autoloader came into FS25. And I was loading up loads of pallets at the sawmill or the flour mill. Watch me load up pallets for an hour. So it looks like we're getting a good amount of soybeans here. Have to see what the total is in just a minute. I might get the rest of the field into the combine. Yeah, we should. I'm only 80% full. Don't need the mini map anymore. That color's not going to change for the section of the field that we're in. All right, Panther, enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Appreciate you being here like always. And we'll catch you next time. Where do you sell soybeans? Well, if you're asking me personally, where do I sell them? I don't on this map. I run into my truck with my harvester is what I do. But the soybeans here, we make fish food with it. So we bring it to the fish food production. But we got another soybean field to harvest before we bring it on down there. So yeah, I think we were getting like 18,000 liters off this, what was one field last year. I mean, it's one field now, but now it's combined with a couple. So we got like an additional 12,000 liters of soybean off this field. I think it was 18. I was getting. Alright, I'm going to bring the truck over to the other field and we'll come back, grab the wheel loader and cut down 3 or 4 trees and get those into the mill. But the simulator, if you're trying to figure out on your map where to sell soybeans, if you go to the price page and just click on soybeans, it'll show you the locations that you can sell soybeans at. But again, for me on this map here, we're making, we're growing soybeans to make fish food, which then we bring the fish food to our young fish spawn production to make young fish, which then we bring out to the offshore production, and those young fish turn into adults, and then we sell the adult fish. Now I'm going to park the semi just over here on the side of the road. The field to the right, that's the soybean field. All right, let's go jump in the wheel loader. And we're going to cut the trees down beside the field. Best time to do it is now, while the crop is not there. I will put the beacons on, although I don't plan on going in the road. It's a mighty chainsaw. You see the bar in that chainsaw. There's no way it goes through that entire tree. But it's a simulator. Don't see a red mark, but looks like it's going to get rid of the stump. Yeah, the way the tree fell. I wasn't going to cut all three at once, but I think it'll just cause me some problems. Grab it this way, I suppose. I may actually have to get a weight for the wheel loader, because I noticed the last tree I did, yeah, I can see kind of lifting the rear wheels off the ground a little bit. So getting a nice weight for the back would help. But grabbing it right there seems to be pretty good and balanced. But yeah, too much weight on the left-hand side, but it works. Again, this is why I went with a big grab. I know in the first couple times I was cutting down the smaller trees, a couple people did mention about the smaller log grab, which probably would work better. But I knew in the long run, this is what we needed it for. Chainsaw's down there somewhere. Just fall to the left like you're supposed to. That'd be great. Because that's the way I'm cutting the tree, is to the left. And the lumberjack mod is what allows me to use a chainsaw to get rid of the stumps. Well, I am going to try to cut this one down this way. Oak trees are rather dense with wood. That's why it takes a while to get on through. Especially in real life, it would. Where's the other one? Hopefully it doesn't... I'm not accidentally taking care of the... where the tree would get deleted. That'd be not good. Just gotta lift up the tree high enough to get it over the hedges, the gates, and the fence. And then once we're in, I can lower it again. There we are, up to 63,000 again. But since the mill's going through about 40,000 per month, I think what I might do is, when I bring the semi down here to grab the stuff out of the sawmill with a low loader, when I leave the farm, I'll go to the store and we'll look at buying a weight for the wheel. Can I put a weight on the back of this? It's a pin hitch. I don't think I've ever put a weight on the back of the wheel loader before. Oops. Alright, one more. One more, we'll get back to harvesting some soybeans, I think. But I will double check on contrast because some time has passed when I got up in the morning, and I think it was back on Riverbend Springs I noticed that we had to wait like an hour to the day before some contracts came up, and that tree is not following the direction I want it to go. Where are you going? That's going to be... oh boy. That's going to be a little rough. I think I can get that out of there. It's going to have to talk to it a little bit. Alright, we got it out of there. Kind of. Hold on, I think I'm getting stuck in that fence. Alright, maybe we need to lower it down and re-grip it somewhere. Nope, it's really hung up on that fence. Alright, gotta get it off of that fence somehow. Alright, turn it around like so. Or maybe I just need to re-grip it. Try to get it more. I would like to go further up the tree trunk, but the limbs are just preventing me from grabbing it better. But this tree does not... This tree likes hugging that fence. There we go. We're in. The one thing about the JCB, and of course this is going to be a matter of opinion, but I think the Volvo would be better because it just weighs way more than the JCB. Wait, where are wheel loaders here? They are somewhere. Wheel loaders. So this one weighs 27 ton. The JCB only weighs 14.4. I don't think the JCB is going to be able to pick up a full oak tree at 14.5 tons compared to a 27 ton Volvo. Oh, I was in there. If I do this combinations, does it show me weights? No, it does not. Are there weights for wheel loaders? Again, I never put a weight on a wheel loader, so I don't know if that's... I know you can get weights with pin hitches on them. So I don't know if you can attach the pin hitch to the back of a wheel loader. Of course, I would want something extremely heavy. .7 ton, 3.3 ton. I don't think that would attach to the wheel loader, though. That might. If I do this, and I do... Oh, you can't see combinations to see which one it would attach to. Most are going to be it's meant to go on a 3-point linkage, and then a pin hitch for the back like a trailer. I don't think they'll go on a wheel loader. Anyways, we're up to 106,000 liters of wood in there, so that's good enough for now. Let's go grab our combine and get to the other soybean field and kind of get started on that. Beacons. There we go. Beacons off. And yes, contracts. Any good contracts come up in the past a little bit here. Some fertilizing contracts, which I don't mind, but they're not paying that well. That was kind of weird. The game kind of like reset contracts right there. Kind of flickered for a second. Hoeing contracts, no. Plowing contracts. There's so-so. A spraying contract. Only 3,600 and it's not right next to the farm. Weeding contracts. If I could use a herbicide sprayer, I would do this one for sure. But I tried that and it definitely wants to use a weeder. It had to be a spraying contract for the herbicide to actually work. They kind of fixed that early on. Well, it kind of went a little ways where weeding contracts to get rid of weeds. You could use, even though it asked for like a weeder, you could use a hoe. You can mix them up a little bit, but I think they definitely clarified that now to where they patched it so you can't... You got to use the specific item or implement that they want you to use. Alright, to the next soybean field. Yeah, probably not going to be able to buy lot number 60 until like wintertime when I sell my fried onions. And let's see, what else am I going to be able to sell in the wintertime? That's probably it. Because basically we're just making like stuff from the vegetable production. That's going to be December, and the fish are in summertime. I think they fixed the manual gears on vehicles like the Ford. Not sure I understand. Well, I didn't know that they were even broken. The manual gears. Hello, Shade Slayer. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday. Thank you for stopping on in. So yeah, I'm gonna see how to wiggle this in without destroying too much crop. And yes, I know I can drive through the hedges, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit more painful. I really don't have any room. And I don't think there's another way into this field. So going to destroy actually quite a bit here. Turn the beacons off now that we're in the field. I mean, yeah, I destroyed some crop, but not a whole lot, really, considering. On the last map, where they don't do gears, it wasn't that the manual gears on the tractors were broken, it's just that when they start going uphill and they lose speed, the AI worker is downshifting. If you were to use the vehicle yourself and had to where you can shift the gears yourself, the tractor would perform a lot better. But for an AI worker, they're basically going off the speed that they're going. And the problem is, when they stop to downshift, they're just losing the momentum that they have. So it just makes it look like manual gear shift tractors are not worth it. On a flat map, it'd be just fine. I think on this map here, this is flattened up. I mean, New Hope, the hills that I had at one side of the farm, that was a very steep hill. That's why I don't play with crop destruction turned on most European maps. Ah, come on, you gotta challenge yourself every once in a while. I cannot remember the last time I played on a map without crop destruction turned on. But I mean, if you've been here on the channel long enough, it's been a lot. I think most of the time when I play, especially with precision farming, when it does finally come out on a new version, everything's turned on except for stones. I just, the stone process, I just, even with, is it black sheep? modding that came out with that stone picker. That's the twice the working width. That's on the mod hub. I don't know if there's others out there, but that's the one I'm thinking of. And even if you have the cement factory going, you just don't get enough stones off of a field to keep the cement production going either. So I don't mind every once in a while playing with stones turned on. But usually I'll do it on a new version of FS, like when it came out in 22 and 25. I do it on the first map just to see if they've done anything different to it. But after a while, it's like, yeah, I don't care about having stones turned on. That's just the way I like to play. I know some people play with not having to do lime, no stones, no weeds. We all play the game differently. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. Even if you use the easy developer mod and get rid of the hedges and the fence lines to get into the fields. However you feel like playing. It's all fine by me. So this is the first time we've done soybean in this. This was a grass field. We bought it last summer. And since we can't plant soybeans until April, it's like, well, let's throw some grass in here. We'll get about a few cuts off and turn the grass into silage. And then when April finally rolls around, we'll put some soybeans in here. So we got 3 cuts of grass off the field, and it yielded very well. When the grass got to its second harvest stage, we got about 440,000 liters each time of grass off this field. So by turning that into silage, we got a good amount of our money back on the field itself. But soon we'll be bringing these soybeans down to the fish production, and we'll start making some more fish food. So yeah, currently I'm saving up money to buy lot number 60, which is $460,000, so I can start working on the windmill. But I'm having a hard time getting up there when I got to pay $50,000 a month in loan payments. We're creeping our way up there. Was not even paying attention. I did more crop destruction. Well, there goes 25 liters of soybeans I'll never get back. You don't think a field's actually that big until you actually have to run across it. Now, I was guessing I was going to get a total of 80,000 liters of soybeans off both fields, but I don't think I'm going to get up that high. While that's emptying out, let me have a look at my stock market page, as I like to call it, and see what I should be selling. Well, obviously, sawmill stuff is always a good price. Yeah, all the sawmill stuff is in the green. Canola oil is actually not a bad price. That's getting up there. Maybe I'll sell some of that canola oil, because I think I got more. I got 27,000 liters. And the fish food can only take 8. And vegetable can only take 7. So that's 15,000 liters, and I got 20-something. So I could sell about 10 pallets. 49,754. I mean, I guess I could just wait until winter and sell it then. Be a little bit better price. I suppose if I was short a little bit of cash for lot number 60, then I would sell the canola oil. But yeah, selling it today, probably not going to help me out too much. So you can see the field that we're in, some pretty good soil by looking at the yield. I can only imagine what I would be getting for yield. So in FS22, if you remember the mod I was using for crop rotation, along with precision farming, I was getting yields in some fields up to 150%. 150%. I think with precision farming you can max out at, what, 125? I did like that mod, crop rotation, because it made you think a little bit more of what you were planting in field year after year. Had to put a little bit more thought into it. So this will, other than our grass field, but this will be the last field I gotta harvest this year. Yes, the onions are done, canola, wheat are done. It's just a matter of the soybeans and the grass field, basically. I mean, the grass field's even being cut in October, so after October, November, won't have any field work unless I decide to plow up my onion field or do some contract work. And then, of course, we got December, January, February just to get on through the months and keep our production buildings going. I am loving this combine. It's a good medium-sized combine. The Torum 770 Rosamash. This harvester is on the mod hub. Holds 12,300 liters. The mod comes with a 9-meter wide header. I am using the MacDon header mod for it, and you can put, I believe this is a 13-meter header on this combine, and you can see the auger does reach out beyond the 13 meter wide, so. And the combine has no problem running the 13 meter wide header. Haven't had any issues whatsoever. Of course, if you get to a steeper hill, that could be a problem, but here has not given me any issues whatsoever. Well, we are up to 50,000 liters of soybeans in the trailer now. I don't think I'm going to get another 30. Might get another 20. But hey, if I bring 70,000 liters of soybeans down to the fish food production compared to last year, we were talking about 20,000 liters. That's a lot more fish food. So maybe I should hang on to that canola oil because I may actually need it to make that much more fish food. Still got a good amount of fuel in the harvester, actually. I don't think I've had to go fuel this up at all. Although I'm just approaching 4 hours on it.
Hello, farmers. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Thanks, Cindy. And yes, that's the same Cindy that rides along with us in ATS. Kind of. Yeah, so if I go, let's see, we're at 50, another 30, I'm getting about 5,000. Yeah, we might get up to 70,000 liters of soybeans in that trailer. Yield is still looking pretty good. So after we get the soybeans delivered, we'll grab the low loader for the semi, and we'll grab the stuff from the sawmill and the stonemason. I guess I'll go up to the castle and just keep on feeding the castle because obviously they're going to offer the best price, and whatever they don't take, we then will head on down to the rail yard and sell there. Because the rail yard takes just about everything. And they usually offer a decent price too. Although the prefab walls, yeah, I'm not going to love the prefab walls. I'll probably put those aside and wait till I get a good amount and go sell those separately. Actually, how big is this field? Is it 3.5? It's actually 4 hectares. This is where possibly if I start getting more fields this size, upgrading the combine, which would be a long thing down the road because the way the finances are in this farm currently, getting a bigger combine just so I can put a bigger header on there would be good. I mean, it's not taking me too long to harvest this field, but if I get more fields of this size, it just means a lot more harvesting per season. Go unload into the semi after I get done with this pass. I think it's all gonna fit in before I... Yep, just barely. Had 740 liters to spare. Though I will say the unload rate on the combine does seem a little bit slow. But you can see why we bought this field. The soil type was really good, which means the yield is pretty much always in the green. least the weather has been very good to us this harvesting season. I mean, we did have the tornado in August, but it was late in the day. And it did touch our farm, but the only thing it really touched was the trees, even though it went right over our canola field. But the canola had not yet germinated, so we got lucky on that. Not so lucky to the farmer right next door. I think they have sugar beet in that field, and they lost a lot of crop. Might get the rest of the field into the combine as I approach about 40% full. Yeah, I think we'll get the rest of the field in. So this field here should be ready for replanting next year. I think I put lime down in it. I'm almost 99% sure we put lime down before we planted our soybeans this year. So we can go another year and it'll be just fine. Hello, the Fisher. Welcome. Appreciate you stopping in for some farming today. Hope your Sunday has been well. Yeah, definitely going to get the rest of the soybeans into the combine. But yeah, we should be pretty close to 70,000 liters this year in total for soybean. Your Sunday went too fast. Seems like the days go by quicker as you get older and older and older. At least that's what it seems to me. The years go by quicker and quicker too, which really sucks. Yeah, we should hit 70. So I guess when I said 80,000 liters of soybeans, I mean, it wasn't that far off. And I was shooting for the stars when I said 80,000 liters, hoping that I would get that much, but it's not going to be that far off. Been fishing on Kinlaig all weekend. Are you enjoying the fishing? Because I kind of find the fishing to be a little bit like when the horses came into Farming Simulator. It's going to be fun at first, but after a while it gets to be a little bit of, I'd rather be doing something else. That's just my opinion. Yeah, I feel like with the fishing it's fun at first, but then I kind of get tired of it. Probably Kinlaig would be the only map I do the fishing on. At least the fishing productions. I may do some fishing with a fishing pole now and then on other maps, but as for doing the productions, this will probably be the only map I do it on. So we did end up with 72,747 liters of soybean. Let's go get that delivered to the fish food production. And then we'll swap out the grain trailer for a flatbed, and we'll go sell the sawmill and the stone production stuff. Especially with the rewards trashed and realizing or realism of fishing, probably. Started with no money, just started with a fishing rod and a car. That's about the only thing I'm seeing for the fishing. Again, this is my opinion. Where the fishing will come in kind of handy. It gives us more options for people that want to do, you know, start from scratch instead of just having a chainsaw and do wood. Now you have a fishing pole, and now you have the option of fishing to start with and work your way up. Oh, releasing of fish. That's what I try to get to, try to speed read as I try to watch where I'm driving at the same time. Yeah, someone did tell me I have released fish and I've caught some trash, but I haven't gotten like a bonus for doing that kind of stuff yet. But I haven't done that much fishing with a rod either. Actually, wait, I think I can see that in the stats page. Stats. Okay, I've only released one fish. I sold 8 and I caught 4 trash. So, I mean, you can see I haven't done much fishing with a pole at all. Is this production turned on? Fish food production. It should be this one right here. It is turned on. So, yes, that should do us pretty well. Making us some fish food. What the heck is that? Oh, the church bells. It's noon. I think the first time I've heard the church bells on this map. You've caught 259 trash, 237 sold fish, and released 124. I would say you've done some fishing. Yes. You have done some fishing. And I'm sure you found some hot spots out there for fishing. You've done so much fishing, you're almost playing Fishing Simulator. You get 1,000K for 5 trash fish released. 5K for 20, 10K for 50, 75K for 100, and 500K for 200. Interesting. Okay, grain trailer. Alright, I already have the canola oil on the flatbed, so I think we'll go top off the fish food production and the veggie oil. I thought I parked on a steep enough incline where I can get underneath my trailer. That's interesting. Why can't I lift up the front end of this? Whoa, whoa, whoa. This trailer is being a pain. Alright, how about that of an incline? Can I get it then? Of course not. Why can't I lift up even with super strength? Lift up the trailer. It's like the front end. Is the canola oil that heavy? It's like teetering. Alright, well, trailer... It's acting like it's stuck on something. Well, this ought to be interesting. I may not get my truck underneath this trailer if I can't lift up the front end. All right. Another problem to solve here. If I bring this up here... Alright, so don't put canola oil on this thing if you want to lift it up, because apparently you cannot. Alright, how about if I just, you know what? Let's do this. Is that why I can't lift up the front end? No, it still will not let me lift up the front end. Alright, there's a slope here somewhere. I know when I park it, I can usually get my truck underneath this. Let's hope that's it. I think it's more over there where I used to do the trees. Wonder why I can't pick up the trailer with super strength. I mean, I am picking up, but I can't lift it up like I usually do. No, that's not going to get under. Nope. Never mind. It did. Alright. We're good. It's all good. You saw nothing. Did it all legit. 20,000 liters. That's more than enough to get everything filled up. You own the young fish production and the farm close to it with 2 ponds and a field. So you're really going heavy into the fishing then. Welcome back, Eugene. That car did not even want to stop. Watch out, pedestrians. I'm not worried about the other canola oil currently. I'm just grabbed enough to top off the fish food production and the vegetable oil. I'm not really, and the vegetable production. I'm not going out to sell anything. I'm just going up to top off the productions. Whoever made the map and decided to put in this little S-curve here. Great. Now we got that traffic there. Hopefully you're not turning in here. Gotta live up to your name. Been waiting since the mention of fish farm to do it. Well, like I always say, as long as you're having fun doing it, that's all that matters. I don't think I would have the patience to catch that many fish with a fishing pole. Nah, the heck with a cab over. I mean, yeah, it'd be a lot easier to drive around on this map, but we get around just fine with an American-style truck. Alright, so all the productions that need canola oil have canola oil. And they're topped off and they're going to be good to go for a while. I'm going to go back and drop off the canola oil, and we're going to head on down to the sawmill and stonemason and grab what we need. Not man enough to handle such power of a European truck, as I knock some signs over. My last map I had the Mercedes, but the reason why I chose this truck is it handles and works well in the fields itself. The Mercedes on my last map, because it didn't have agricultural tires on it or have the options for it, I could not go into the fields. It would just constantly get stuck and would not work in the fields. So I wanted a truck that would work in the fields. And this truck here actually has 1,500 horsepower, so it does pretty well. Actually, you know what? I'll just drop the canola oil off down here. Alright, off to the sawmill and stonemason. Not going to grab the prefab walls. I'll just put those to the side. I say those. I assume I got more than one. Passing a school bus through a village. It's what every driver does. So trying to inch our way up to 460,000. But again, I don't think I'm able to do so until wintertime when I sell the fried onions. That's probably when we'll be able to buy, well, that hill right behind these trees. That's where the windmill should be. Yeah, so the prefab walls, let's just get this one moved. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Just over there. So we got like 2 months worth of material here, I think. I got a few prefab walls. Which is great, but not what I want to bring up to the castle. Oh, another prefab wall. And let's get this one off the truck. Any more prefab walls? Yes, there is another one in storage, apparently. Alright, prefab wall. Yep, last one that will spawn. How much more stuff is going to spawn here? Oh, we got a lot of stuff to still spawn. Okay. I'm going to unload it and reload it again. Yeah, the truck is, the trailer is actually missing. It's not loading in some zones, which is kind of weird. Let me unload it, and I'm going to reload the vehicle. And hopefully that will... Oh, now it's going to load it up in... I forgot. Now it's going to load in stacks, not in... let's see, I want it to load in layers. Now I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. I want it to load in layers. That's better. And this is everything. Good. Finally. So the wood chips are going to go into the silo behind us, like always. Not the silo in front of us. I don't have access to that. Although I was able to put it there, but I don't have access to it. Nope. Don't know where that pallet thinks it's going, but it's getting loaded back on. Alright, to the stonemason. See if the trailer is top heavy, and it appears not as bad as it has been in the past. So I gotta wait for the pedestrian to cross so the car will go, so I can go. So we get everything loaded, then I'll unload it and let it restack, because it's kind of a mess right now. And now it won't load anything. So I went to... Okay. Well, I'll reload it again. Wait, nope. That's not what I want to do. Wrong one. What mod did I just use for the auto-loading, please? This is the Universal Auto-Loading mod. It is on the mod hub. I'm not sure if it's available on console or not. That's the only thing I don't know. I don't know if any console players out there know if the Universal Auto-Loading mod is available on console or not. I'm going to probably say no. But I mean, if you're on PC, then you don't have to worry. Alright, up to the castle. We'll let the castle take what it takes, and whatever it doesn't take, we'll head on down to the rail yard and sell the rest. And yes, this is getting to be a little top heavy. And everyone's pretty much saying, yep, PC mod only for Universal Auto-Loading mod. Maybe I'll be surprised at how much the castle takes again. Now, obviously, if you got a lot of pallets to load, it's fun to load pallets when you only got to load like 20 or so. When you're constantly got to load like 50 or 60 pallets, loading them by hand does suck after a while. Although, I know some people really enjoy sitting there and just loading up pallets. I don't mind it, but obviously it's not entertaining to sit there and watch me do it for like an hour. Alrighty, let's see what it takes. Probably not a whole lot, but... Okay, it took more than I thought. Alright, reload. This pallet here is not really on the truck. And we got one behind us. Alright, so that was, I didn't see the money come in, but I'm guessing from what we had and what we were at now, that was like $30,000 worth. But now I'll head on down to the rail yard and sell the rest. And actually, I do have a good amount of prefab walls where that's a full trailer load I could bring on down. That'd be like $25,000, $30,000 worth. I hope no one's coming around this... Well, okay, I ran into the car. That doesn't help. But I was saying, hopefully no one else is coming around the corner as I pass this car. But now, I'll have to wait. Trailer still wants a tip to the left. Was I going to pick up soup? I'm not making any soup, but I mean, if you're referring to the fried onions, those don't sell until December. Yeah, this load definitely wants to tip over to the left. Oh yeah, to the left, that's where the tornado went through in August, destroying that farmer's sugar beet. I'm going to cut through here and get around that red car. Well, is this going to be $60,000 worth? What have I got on here? Maybe $60,000 worth. And even though Bob's not here, I will go around the correct way of this building. I always go the other way, but the arrows say go this way. Well, it was $60,000 worth. How about that? So we're back up to $360,000 in the bank account. Still $100,000 shy, and that's pretty much the way we started the day, too. $100,000 shy of being able to buy lot number 60. Excuse me, boss, but you're just going a little bit too slow. If you're not driving with the accelerator right down to the floor, you're not going fast enough. And we are back home. So I still got a good amount of canola oil. I think I may have forgotten when I was looking earlier. I kind of forgot that I had some on a trailer, and I don't think that mod can detect things on a trailer. So I still have 13,000 liters of canola oil, so... But yeah, I think I definitely need to keep it because I got that much soybean left over or to use, and I may need that canola. Prefab walls, I got $31,000 worth of prefab walls, so that's good. How's that fried onion looking? Well, if I sell it to peak time, that's $30,000 worth, but yeah, it's only October. We got a couple more months for that to be made. And the fish, well, we should be starting to get some more fish coming on in. And yeah, we just sold them a little while ago, so it's going to take some time. That'll be next summer. Wood chips are piling up pretty good. Yeah, I think it's going to be winter time before I get up to 460. And again, if you're wondering where is some of the money going, I'm using the enhanced loan mod. So I initially borrowed $8 million, and every time at midnight, it's not just taking money to pay off loan interest. It also takes money to pay off on the principal of the loan, like a real loan is. So even though I haven't gone in and paid some money off the loan, we have paid back $650,000 on that initial loan. I did take it out for 20 years because even at a 20-year loan at $8 million, it's $50,000 a month on the loan payment. Eventually, the farm will be making enough money where it's not going to take me 20 years to pay that back. Should have it paid back within 10 years because I'm trying to grow the farm as we go along as well. But in the meantime, like I said, the rest of the farm is looking pretty good. 100%. Overall score is at 98. We're getting a 14% bonus when selling. The grass field's hurting me a little bit there, but I mean 14% is a pretty darn good bonus. And if we go up to the castle, we are slowly getting there. 20 more steps. But we are at the last building. And you can see how it's coming along up here. But we're getting ready to go through the winter months, and that's going to happen quick. So month after month, this process at the castle is going to go pretty darn quick. But it's coming along nicely. And then, like I said, after we get this, we can buy... wait, where is it? Here, I'm getting myself turned around. It's off in the distance over there, but we're in flight mode. We'll get there in a second. We'll be able to buy this lot over here just so we can build the windmill. And I'm hoping after we build it, we can sell the land back because there isn't much you can do with this land up here. I mean, I could plant some trees, I guess. But if I plan on selling the lot back after we get done with building the windmill, I don't want to be putting trees on there. By the way, I might be buying this field at some point as well because that's a pretty good yielding field. Same as this one over here, I think is a pretty good yielding field. So that is where we currently stand on our farm in year number 3 is where we're at. Our wheat field, I did not, we got to take care of the weeds in these fields at some point. Luckily, I got narrow tires on our See and Spot weed sprayer, so I don't have to get to it right away. So I need to take care of that. Any contracts, have they come up? So some spraying contracts not paying well enough. Some plowing contracts, looks like the same contracts as before. I don't really do harvesting contracts, fertilizing contracts. No, there's some, they're okay contracts, but they don't pay well enough for me to want to go out and do them for the farm. But yeah, I think that's where we're going to wrap it up for today. Not bad. We started in the month of August. We got the onions harvested, and we got our soybeans harvested. Now we're making some fish food, so hopefully next year we can sell a lot of fish. But yeah, so I'm going to wrap it up for today. I will be back, what's tomorrow? It's a Monday, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Monday, which is the 10th. Yeah, I should be back tomorrow. Well, I'll be doing some more farming here. And hopefully we get through the winter months. And maybe get ourselves that windmill and we can start that project. Start delivering some stuff up there. Maybe, I don't think I'll need prefab walls for that. That'd be kind of ridiculous. Do prefab walls go up there before I sell those? Just to get a heads up on it. I'm going to guess no on prefab walls going to the windmill. Nope, does not show that going to the windmill. Wood beams, windmill. Yeah, so stuff like wood beams, probably the same stuff that we'll bring up to the castle. But I'm going to stand out here and enjoy the nice sunshine glaring on my face. Appreciate everyone being here on a Sunday. Watch me do some farming. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow right here on Kinlaig, and we'll get some more farming done. And then probably after tomorrow, I might take a little bit of a break from doing farm sim streams. We might do a couple of, at least maybe one stream of Noble Legacy this upcoming week, because they've had a lot of updates since the last time I played that, and I want to see how that game is coming along. So, but yeah, I'll worry about tomorrow first. Again, appreciate everyone being here. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Have a good Monday, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow right back here on Kinlaig. But until then, have a good one.